Okay, are we live? Think we might be live. Nice. Okay. Let's set this up. I've got a feeling I'll be quiet for a little bit. I'm gonna do some posts and then let people trickle in, and then we'll jump in and make something up and go from there. Cool. Pretty much for anyone wondering, I'm just doing a Discord post. Um, cool. Man, I could get so much better with writing these posts. Oh, this cough's gonna kill me today. Oh, which one are we doing? Uh, copy. Let's just copy that, send that to everyone. Probably going to be a bit annoying getting pinged, but hopefully we get some people drop by throughout the day. We'll have a relatively long stream, which will be quite good. Patreon, create link. Next, select you, everyone. Publish. Let's do. I keep losing my pages. Which window am I in? Where's everybody? Hello, hi. Any particular VR game today? I'm thinking something like the game Ground Branch. So it is a shooter game, but it's got some good mechanics where it's like level changing, and then pretty much main one weapon through the whole thing. You can just go around and shoot some like terrorists at a point. Kind of like a super simple concept, but it does some really nice stuff with levels that I think they're doing, and I'd love to try that in VR, like level streaming type of stuff, and kind of just see how it goes. I'll bring up the game in a minute, and we'll have a play through one of them, and then we'll kind of see where it's going from there. We'll do like a breakdown if you guys fancy it. But just so I don't forget, I want to put some posts out, get people to drop in and out most of the day, because we'll have a couple of things going on, so it'll be good. God, I forgot how to use LinkedIn. Don't typically post on LinkedIn, but I know a few people on there who might be interested to drop by. Cool. So it's going to be like a simple concept. We'll keep it easy, but it should go quite well. I am going to use the VR template that I've been building through the marketplace, which I've got here to just save some time. And I'm also doing it as like a research thing to see what I might need to add to this to make it work a little bit nicer for everybody doing these kind of games. Um, so if you don't have me on LinkedIn, we've got GDXR Studio. Might be worth dropping by. I don't really promote this one all that much. I think everybody just finds me word of mouth these days. VR games, VR game development. Oh, putting hashtags in sucks. Always takes so long. It's just that should be all right. I don't think I need to spam anymore. Uh, should be fine. We need a Patreon link. Page. The if anybody wants access to the files at the end of the day, and then we can go from there. Uh, Justin, not sure if it's me, but have double sound 2 seconds apart. I hear you twice. Is it my Discord? I'm trying to see if my volume's coming through the OBS. I don't realize. Doesn't seem to be my end. I've disabled my other thing. So it's worth checking. Cool. Post. Continue. I don't think texture artists need to know. Cool. I can't be bothered with Twitter. Let's leave that as it is. Bring everything up. Greetings from Armenia. Damn. Hello, working here, so I'll follow when I can. No worries. I already set up a folder. We're going to use 5.2. I've set up the Quest Pro because I prefer that over the Quest 3. And we're going to create a project. And then I have to find it in my list of projects to use. So we'll boot the project up. We'll let it do its thing. It shouldn't need to compile any shaders. But what we can do is we can jump into Ground Branch. We can have a little play through one of the levels. And then kind of break down what I think's going on and how we might be able to build something kind of similar and go from there. I think that's the plan. Let's boot up Steam. What list is its thing? As long as Steam VR doesn't open, we're all good. This is where my Steam gets spammed with invites. Library. Literally only got a handful of games installed. Okay, so that's created the project in the background, so we can go to library. I'm going to move that there for a second. Where is the project? Oh, it doesn't open up with an actual image. Cool. You try not to overlap too many things. Do is find my Notion, go to 1 day build, and then we can make notes. So I can kind of play through. We'll do one playthrough of the main thing, and then we can come back in here and kind of plan out how we might attempt it. Cool. For the quest build at the end, I'll do that literally at the end. It's really bad practice. Should be doing it at the beginning, but it just takes so long to compile that first APK that it's just not worth waiting around for, especially for a stream like this. So let's go. So let's play a game to begin with. Cool. So if anybody hasn't played this, it's like a military shooter. But me and my brother play it, and we just kind of just do the same hostage situation. Enjoy playing it. So, solo mission. We'll do this one. 747. Do terror hunt. 747. Do plane interior, so that the enemies only spawn on the plane. Put it on super easy so we can kind of like pause and then go back into it. But that's where we're going to start. So we're not going to start with the main menu. I think we'll start with this one. Or we can do a main menu, have a play button, and then we'll go to this room, which we'll treat as the default template level. So we'll have a menu, and then we'll start and kind of play it through that way. So in here, you can choose which rooms you've got, or like which missions you do. And then you've got your loadouts and stuff. We won't get that far. We'll just focus on kind of doing the level stuff, and then we always come back to something like this. So what I think's happening here is I think this level is underneath the actual map. I think it's level streamed. So when we're in the main menu, we load the 747 level, like persistent level, and then in here is the first one that we see. And then after this, we can come over to this board and we can choose a location on the map to start. So we need like a checkpoint system. And then if we select one, it starts, and then we're in that location where a timer begins at the top. We can run, and then we can go through and do the rest of the mission, and then we count down the bad guys in it. So I think underneath this map is the hub world. I think it's like just underneath it. So I think we'll do some level streaming stuff to see if we can get that switching and kind of take a shot from there. I don't know if I'll get AI done today, but we'll look at enemy spawning, see if we can spawn some mannies around the world, and then do some damage to them. So we can kind of go through and play it that way. And then we can kind of have a play around, and I think doing something like this in VR would be pretty fun. Not as violent, but just do it super simple. So we spawn players where they need to go, and then we can go through and have the presets done. Because I think the enemies could actually be on their own level stream. Oh no. That's a good job on the easy. So we've got the main menu, then we've got the hub world, which is a persistent level, which has our game start, game mode stuff built into it. And then we go from there, we load that level in to be able to run around. We also need to attach the weapon to the hand, so the player doesn't have to worry about dropping it. We'll just make it constantly attached to the hand, so they can't let go. Start with a pistol, I think, and kind of go from there. How does that sound? Oh, I've just realized it is not. My stream's either really far behind, or you guys can't see what I'm doing. Let me have a look. No, you can't see. Cool. So yeah, I think kind of running around a level and just being able to kill some bad guys would probably be quite fun. Not going to do any realistic weapons or anything like that. We're literally just prototyping it. And we're going to treat it as a blockout. How am I out of ammo already? So we go through. I can't actually remember how many are left. When we die, we unload the stream level and then we go back to the main one. To the little hub world. Oh, there's a guy in here. And then kind of restart from there. So there's quite a few things to go, but the flow in the loop is pretty simple. 6 people left. Let's go. So we need a countdown timer or something. We could do that on the wrist. We could add a wristwatch which has enemies left. So it every time you kill someone, it tells you how many is remaining, which would probably be pretty fun as well. Where is everybody else? This staircase always gets me killed. It's 3 people left. I was playing this last night and I was saying like this is, you get 3 people left and this is where you die. I think running around in VR could be quite fun. Even if it's just mannies we're shooting. Where is everyone? Let's have a look upstairs, and then we'll come back. So, how's everybody's day then? Is all working on something fun? I'm not worried about level design for this. I think right now we just want the MVP. We want it to have a bare bones run through. Oh no! Holy, I'm not very good at this. Oh, I'm on. There we go. So then we kill the last one at about 30. It says stand by, and then after a couple of seconds we fade to black and then load back in. Or we show a screen. We could have that in the main level, actually, the lobby. So when you start back, you go back to the lobby. You're in the mission complete section. And go from there. And then you can just restart. So, pretty seamless. So, exit to desktop. let's do some notes. So structure, let's just break it down. So we've got a main menu, a level select, which loads lobby, our project. So I definitely think we need level streaming. We need a main menu level. So we're going to need a UI widget for that. And to make sure the player doesn't move. Main menu level. That's going to load the hub. Which is the persistent level. Okay, it's not doing just like. And then from the hub level, you can choose when it starts. Spawn player. In main level. See, I'm not too sure how this is going to work with us loading and unloading levels, whether we can actually move the blueprint to there and it'll count. So we'll have to try that. The best part about using the template is we don't have to worry about a whole bunch of stuff to begin with. We can kind of just jump straight into this level setup and some UMG. To do that level menu load level screen. Can I just get my head around that bit? I think that's fine to start with. I know it's not much there, but for what we're after, I don't think we need all that much. So this is going to be our hub world. We can keep this as it is because we can move it around. So what we do need to do is go to maps. I've got the load level test. I could just reuse this. Actor hidden in game. Cool. Player start. Delete that. And then we can use this as our main level. We don't have a background sphere, so I'm going to need a sky sphere. Where's the static mesh? Skyscale materials. Try and keep this tidy as we go. And I've got solid colors here. That'll work. Cool. So UMG, new folder. Main menu, JIT, blueprint. Treat this as though we had multiple levels that we're going to jump into. Class, actor. Main menu, blueprint. We'll use the pointer instead of the thumb interaction. I think that'll work better. Kind of go from there. I'll make these all super rough. Widget. Where is main menu? There it is. Widget blueprint, main menu. That is in. At least drag that into the level. And we'll see how it goes after this. So, border. I always changed all this up afterwards. Brush, drawers, rounded box. Radius. Is anybody working on anything cool today? Now let's just do a play button. Actually, I don't want to do a canvas panel. They're expensive. Do. I don't really worry about how this is gonna look. We're just gonna block out the whole thing. Go from there. Ellie, yeah, I'm working on a hologram. Nice. Is that for like quest pass through kind of thing? I've been trying to get it to work and it's just been nothing but trouble. Ah, screw it. I'm gonna just do a canvas panel. I don't have to worry about anything then. It's not great for mobile because it's rendered too much, but we can kind of just block it in. Uh, compile. Looking glass. Ooh. Not VR. It's still cool though. Text. I just have that as a low level one. Keep it real basic. Oh my god, my nose is switchy. Ah, well, that is not right. In menu. Where are you? There we are. I feel like these widgets, like components, could be set up much better. Um, Cheers. Hey, came back from IGDC yesterday. Was um, going through mails and stuff. Good evening, sir. Good to see you. It's good to see you too. Thanks for dropping by. Getting 8 FPS, not cool. Ooh, if you're doing anything with Unreal 5 and you're having performance issues, I don't know how big the scene is or anything like that. If you go to project settings and then rendering, if you disable occlusion culling, you get a massive performance boost on anything like a mobile device or anything like that. There's some kind of bug which destroys frame rate. I had a whole lot of issues with this thing, and then that kind of just got rid of them all. My God, I don't know why my nose is so itchy. Okay, where is collisions? Collisions. I can't remember what I set my default ones to. UMG, player HUD. Digital keypad. What are you set to? Custom. Everything VR interactable. Right. Cool. So now, hopefully, when we drop in, we should actually be able to see that. It's going to be huge. So we can drop that down. Go from there. The hologram draws 45 images per frame. Why? That's mental. I want to put this on to make sure that I'm not falling through the floor. Oh, there it is. Cool. Do hands. I can see I'm hitting it, but it's not displaying. Can't remember my own settings. Been working on this so long. Yeah, custom. Add. Save. We're gonna start in this level, so load level test. I could do with renaming it to main menu to be fair. So let's do that just to stop the confusion. Assistant. That is to do. True. I thought when you said like draws 45 minutes, I thought like a flip book. That's what I had in my head. Some modes. Cool. Main menu, start level 1. That's going to open and load the level 1 persistent, because that's what we'll be after. So we need to make sure that we can actually see our interactable from this. There we go. So we just weren't close enough to it. Cool. Have to check that out. Thought I fixed it. Cool. So we start still really big and high up. I always sort this out afterwards. 1, 2, 2. What if I put a better background color on this? Wait, why is it just black anyway? Huh, strange. We start. We got our first one. No, it's not doing it. Why is that happening? When you start a menu and we've already booked out. Might just have to come back to that. Okay. Blueprints, data, part of settings, I want to change this to show controllers. Um, Actually, we will have hands. We can have a ladder in there that we've got to climb up and do stuff. Um, Movement, can player move. Have that off by default, and then we'll have the levels turn that on. Teleport still plays, but I can't move around. Cool. We'll come back to the widget interaction afterwards. I want to set that up so it actually loads the new level. So, event construct to um, VR game instance. Yeah, in instance. And then in here, we can actually do the level loading. So the way that I've got this set up is our game instance contains our load new level. So from there I can do load new level or promote this to a variable, which would be better. And then when the button is pressed, we get that load new level. Um, New level message, probably the best one. And what that should do is actually fade the screen out as well. Take that name. So it basically goes from the main menu to the game instance to then load it. What would probably be handy to do is move that load from the player and put it inside the game instance so the game instance controls it all. Okay, now stop working again. That is not good. Is it this? No, I removed this guy. This is that whole thing where everything works until you start. So I'm overlapping it again. I can see the point of spawning on the floor. And then when I hit it, it updates. But it's not interacting. Although we did have it. Let's move this right up close. Oh, actually, what we can do is on the menu. See what is going on. I am so confused. We're just trying to load a level. It's too early to be fighting this. That's why. I knows I want to get stuff done today. Maybe I'm just too far away from it. This used to happen with a collision issue, but we've already changed it. Uh, Main menu blueprint. Everything's set up as it should be. More dynamic. Automatic draw desired size. Shouldn't make a difference. There's a visibility. There we go. And then movement is disabled. Because I've done that in the struct. So I could do that here actually in the main menu. So when we load the level, I change the movement mode, the game instance. Compare settings. Set member. Default. Can player move. True. And then we go from there. Made load level. Then we can move around. Nice. We'll have a handgun, and then we'll start the level from another UMG, which will have it to control which one we're using. And then we'll kind of go from there. Could be fun. Actor hidden in game, that's cool. This is pretty much our main menu. Main menu, main menu. Canvas panel. I don't know what I'm doing with this menu. Let's just stop focusing on that. We've got a play button, that's all we need. And then we load the level, which is fine. Save that one. Character settings. This is fine. I'm happy with the stuff here. Show controllers. I don't know whether to hide them. If we keep the hands, then we hide hands when grabbing. It should mean that when we grab weapons or we assign it to the hand, we can then just have it go from there. Load. That works. And then we can have it run round so you kind of shoot things. Gonna keep this whole thing simple. Try to. Maps. Let's do a new folder. Well, let's go 1. Then that is going to be our persistent level. So that's our hub. Then we want the main level, which basically spawns on top of it. Level underscore level 1 map. We can have some other stuff on there as well. Load that up. Cool. I don't know whether I want to do like time of day stuff. So we switch to night. But I don't think there's any point doing that just yet. Okay, level 1 map. This is what we're in now. We want sky sphere, shape, plane. We'll do a cube. It's gonna be our floor. Directional light. Static. What I've realized is my template doesn't do level streaming for the screen fade stuff. So might have to build something into that. Actually, I think it does. I think we've got it built in so it sets off the main bit. Okay, shapes, cube. Trying to figure out if I just need to do a little room or something. Or even a little house that we can just put people in. Directional light is so bright. Skylight's doing nothing because I changed it to static. There we go. Cool. Um, Andre, oh, you're on the 5.2. That is not the metaphor, right? This is not. This is just using the default engine. Unless you really need Oculus specific tools, there's not really any point to using Source that I found. Like, unless you really, really need Oculus tools. Do, 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 do. There we go. We've got a little roof. So now, if we go back to maps, level 1 persistent, then select, we got it in here. Think of this as our hub world. We go to Windows. Did they change it to levels? Yep. This is our persistent level. We then have our level 1 map, which is kind of in it. Uh, Don't mess with the rhythm. What genre would be this game? This is just a shooter. So if you've played the game Ground Branch, kind of using that as motivation for like not motivation, more like inspiration to build something along the lines of like a terrorist hunt. So when we start, we go to the little hub world, and from there we've got everything else set up. So level 1, and then I've realized like we can't even use this as the hub world. I think we need to have this as a separate thing, a level stream, so we can unhide it. Um, level 1 map, level 1 hub, and let's go level 1 hub world. Got the map. So level 1. I'll just do level 1 for now. Out of context, but what are your PC specs? I've been thinking about upgrading for a potato, something better for animation games. I've got a 4090, 32 gig of RAM, an i9 9900K with M.2 drive, 2 terabytes I think, and then like another 6 terabytes of standard um, HD drives. And then I got two 4K monitors. Cool. Level 1, that's going to be persistent. We then got level 1 hub. Select level 1 hub. We're going to remove the... Actually, we'll keep it with its own skylight. And then we've got level 1 map. And we don't need the lighting. We are just going to put that in the map. Cool. So switching between these is going to be not too difficult, but the problem is going to be loading the blueprints on the correct layers. I think that's where it's going to be coming to play. Thanks, man. The game looks good. I've only made a menu. I've only done a menu. Um, okay, so we need to tell our main menu that when it loads, it's going to load the persistent level, which is just level 1, m_level 1. Until we can rename it. Cool. And then when persistent level loads, the first thing it's going to do is load up level 1 hub. Trying to figure out in my head which way around this is going. So this is the default map. When you start, this is what you get dropped into. So persistent and level blueprint. Begin play. Pretty sure it's open level. Level stream. By name. Cool. Begin play. We'll start the main one. Make visible after load. It should lock on load. And this is level 1 hub. I think the player might fade in automatically, but I might have to change that around. Blueprints. Our character. Screen fade. So we go through. We wait 1 second. So this is what I can fire. I can fire the event remove screen fade. Um, when that's completed. But the player does that by default on begin play. So I can bypass that. But what I will have to do is then tell the main menu that we want to kind of load that fader back in when we're in the main menu level. So I can copy that. Let's have a look. This is the main thing. It's going to be a whole lot of jumping back and forth. Hopefully when we start. Jump in. That did not do it. I wonder if it's happening too fast. Trying to fire the remove screen fade before the. Oh, it's. I've got the wrong node. Them two nodes drive me crazy. I'm gonna do that anyway. Um, menu, cool. There we go. So we fade in. Actually, let's just try that. Fade out. Load screen. Stuck in there, so it's not calling. I need to do game instance. Uh, this one. Main menu, we need to go to the game instance, not directly to remove screen fade, because we need to tell it to remove the load screen as well. So, event begin play. That's two. No, this is the wrong level, isn't it? Main menu is fine. Remove screen fade. That worked okay. So then, level one, which is the main one. Level this one, instead of remove screen fade, character. We could do that, but it will fade back in, but it won't remove the load screen, which is happening here. So we kind of go through and then we do it in the player. They all talk to each other. I should do it. I think it might just be that, you know. I think I've got that. I think I'm getting myself confused with it. Yeah. So level one, main menu. Start, fit in, fit our hands. Well, that's not good. We So why are we spawning and then falling through the floor? Level one. A player needs to be persistent, don't they? So this player start. Let's just stick you to the side of the screen there. Level one hub. Right click. Oh, there used to be a way to do this. Can you still do it? Right click. Move to. Level. There used to be a way you could move actors between level streams. Move selected actors to level. There we go. So basically all our blueprints need to be in the persistent level. And we're not moving anymore. Well, blueprints. Okay, remove screen fade. So we do need to cast the game instance. Where is this VR game instance? Should be able to VR game instance. Get current player settings. Uh, Set members. Can move. So when the level starts, we can move around. Wait. Oh, I'm confused now. Persistent level, we should be able to move. Man, I thought this was going to be easier. It's been so long since I've done level streaming. Persistent level. Sunny Low, what's this game about? It's going to be a shooting game. There's a game called Ground Branch on Steam that I've been really enjoying lately. And it's got like a little terrorist hunt thing on it. So I'm just going to be able to run around and load in and then have a map spawn. But we got to get this level streaming working first. Because we then need to swap between maps. Assistant level. We start. What problem you have? I can help. It's just the level streaming stuff. So we've got a persistent level, and then we've got our hub level, which is this one, which contains a whole bunch of stuff, but it's not letting us move. And I've just got a feeling that I've done stuff in the wrong level. That's all it is. Um, Level one's a persistent level. We spawn in. Moves like that. So the player exists inside. Player starts spawns on that main persistent level. And then we spawn level one hub. But then if we start, we've got rotation, but we still don't have movement. Teleport sound plays. So I think I've just got this in the wrong place. Oh, did I not? I didn't tick the bloody box. That's all it is. Can't play a move. There we go. So this can be our little hub world. See? Cool. Level 3 hub world. And then A to C. What I am curious about is whether I can interact with the actors to go from there. Okay, so I can interact with my players in the persistent level. I can interact with actors in the actual level stream. I can't communicate between different levels from different actors in different levels, which doesn't make any sense after I say that out loud. But I understand what I'm saying. Cool. So we got our guns built into the template already, and then we can actually have that. So we can kind of use this to do what we need to do. And then we hide the hands, which I think would be good. What I might do is have it so you can actually drop the weapons, and then when you do, they spawn a new one to the holster. So we need a new menu. And this is going to be our kind of start game mode. Level 1. We got the level 1 map. So that's what we're going to want to load. We want to switch out for this. We might have to play around with the player because we don't want to play a start in each level stream. Don't think it's just going to do it right. Yeah, we only need the 1 in the persistent level. Then we're going to swap everything else out. When we load the level, we might have to set the position for the player. Directional light. Why haven't we got any shadows? Current level. So Neil, have you made the guns? No, I'm using the ones from my own template on the marketplace. So it uses the Lyra guns. Right, hello guys. Thanks for dropping by. Currently trying to make something. Start the main menu. We load into this one. We can move around and interact. We need a new menu that loads. It's going to load the game mode, which I'll have to figure out, and then go from there. Gee. We'll just do terrace hunt menu. Widget blueprint. Use a widget. Cool. I am kind of just blocking this all out. I'm not worried about doing it all properly. I just kind of want to throw stuff together and have like a demo. If anybody does want to grab this afterwards, once the stream's done, like later on today, um, I'll put all the files up on I think it's the mega thank you tier through Patreon, so you'll be able to grab this and have a play around with it. Terrorist hunt, main menu. I'm just gonna copy this main menu. I could just have these all as the same blueprint and then just reuse them, but I'm feeling really lazy. Um, I also don't know if I need to take any information out from the menus to bring them into the actors to have them do something in the world, so we might have to play around with it. So doing this allows me a little bit more control anyway. Looks a little bit more like dirty, but it should work better. Shreyas, can you please explain what you said about level streaming and loading actors and interacting? I completely got confused. I got confused saying it out loud. So what you have is to do. I don't know if I got anything to draw on. Um, let's do paint. Cool. So think of you got your persistent level. So P. This is your main level. This is like your master layers in Photoshop, and then you have a level stream below it. So this is going to be your next level stream, and you can have as many of these as you want enabled, so you can see them all. But the thing is, if you've got two level streams and they contain actors, so blueprints. My player is in this one, so I should really get my tablet out. God, imagine that says player. So you got your player spawns in the persistent level, but then the next one has blueprints in it. You can you can have your player talk to these blueprints, and that's absolutely fine. But the blueprints in each layer can't talk to other levels. So if I have uh, so I've got a lever in here, for example, or one of these valves. It can talk to another blueprint in this level stream, so level 1 map, or like hub, but it cannot communicate to another blueprint in level 1 map. So that's the thing to kind of keep track of. So if I have a bunch of doors, and I pull a lever and then it opens the doors, I would ideally move all of these actors to the same level stream. So I could have a new one just called actors. And then if I hit all of the levels, they would still be there. So they're all existing in the same location. Hopefully that made more sense. It'd be easier to draw if I had my tablet set up, but kind of hopefully that gets the gist round. Everything's all on different layers, and you can only communicate the stuff on the same layers unless it's the player. Seems to be how it's working. Menu terrorist hunt. Let's do canvas panel again. Okay. Can you communicate between an actor in sub-level and an actor in the persist level? It seems to be the player can do it, because that's what's happening at the minute. Our player exists in the persistent level, and then you can go from there. As Daryl put, you can do it from the persistent and then communicate with objects in the lower ones, but I'm not too sure about soft references. This is kind of an experiment for me. Level streaming isn't something I typically touch all that much. Normally, it's just I just load the levels out for the client work that I do. That works fine. But this one is kind of we do it this way so we can save that time. We don't have to load a new level. I'm not even sure how well this is going to work on the Quest, to be honest. Although level streaming does work pretty well on it. So it's kind of a touch and go thing. Um, our game. Cool. In this case, you can have an actor manager in the persistent level that can handle all the actors in the sub levels. You could, but it's easier to just put all your actors in the actual persistent level. If they do need to communicate between each other, you just have them in the one place. Like as we got it now, all the actors in the actual scene here exist inside of the level 1 hub. So if I hide that, they're gone. But that doesn't really matter because they're not communicating to any other level streams. But if there was one that had to be in a different level stream or communicate between each other, I would probably just move them to the persistent level. So ones that go between level streams are in the persistent level, and then ones that can exist inside of their own can be in that level stream. Put you in the wrong level. There we go. That's the worst thing about level streaming is trying to remember which one you're in. Two point two point two. That works alright for now. It looks bad, but start game. We just want this level streaming stuff to work, so we go between them. Because I've got a feeling we're gonna have to set it up so we move our character mid spawn. I'm pressed. In this case, you can have an actor manager, but if you have sub levels as rooms, like to stream when a player leaves, you still need to have data to carry out the next sub level room. Then a manager can help, or you can use the game instance. Yeah, the game instance would be a better option. And if it was something like that, if it literally it's a persistent level because it's there all the time. If you need stuff to go between rooms and content to remain, honestly, I've just put it in the persistent level. It would make life so much easier. You wouldn't have to build a whole bunch of things. Display screen fade, game instance. I could do with having event dispatches in here, so when the screen fade completes, we can tell other blueprints. Chris, does level streaming help in performance as well? Example, if you're going into a building and loading it with assets, you go out, stop streaming. Yeah, exactly. That's what pretty much what it's designed for. If something's not on screen, you can just hide the stream, and then you can remove the level so it's not rendering, and that can greatly improve performance as well. Display screen fade and dispatches. Fade complete. Call. This needs to go the other way around. So that would be handy to put something in here to say, okay, screen fade is completed. Then we can go back. So let's do that. Great. I loved your videos with Quest 2 and Meta XR. Thank you. I'm hoping to do some more. I've got the Quest 3 now, so I'm hoping that once things are a little bit more stable, I can do a new series on that. Spelled complete wrong. Call. Create the scene, set visibility. Right. I've already got a screen fade complete. What the hell am I doing? On screen fade complete. Fade complete. VR. Where are we? In here. Sign fade complete. Actually, we'll do sign. Cool. So once fade's completed, we should call that. Then we can load the level stream, which is going to be. Where are you? It's going to be level 1 map. Visible. Should block. And then on complete, we unload the level stream for the hub world. So do not block and unload. And then we fade back in. I've got a feeling we'll fall down. And we might have to set something up to change our player's location, which is fine because we were actually thinking about doing that anyway. Cool. So let's just do this from main menu, just to give it a test. We'll see how far we can go through it. Okay. Level 1. We load and then we fall through the floor. Did I not just fix that? The only reason I can think we're falling through the floor is because we're spawning before the level spawns. We spawn in persistent before it actually creates the level 1 hub. Has to be. Screen fade. So this, I think, is happening too fast. I think we might have to change the player. Persistent level. We don't have a player start. Where did that go? Player start. Player start. What receive input? Player 0. Let's try that again. What if you have time to do a guide for Quest 3 setup, especially Android crap setup? If it's 5.3, I can't get it to work. That's why I'm using 5.2 right now. I get some crazy error about, I don't even know, to be fair. I spent like 3 days the other week trying to figure it out, and I just couldn't get it to do anything. Cool. Move around. Start game with fade. Ideally, it should be loading level streams in the background, and then we don't unfade. Okay. Screen fade, that worked fine. Remove screen fade. Let's see if we're calling it. Doesn't get called. Let's see if it's just calling it at all. Hmm. Load stream level by name. Pretty sure that's all spelled correctly. I'm loading stream. No, I don't need that. Weather is so bad here. You can hear the rain. It's not completing. So it's fade complete not firing. Is that the problem? Yeah, it's not firing. So game instance, fade complete. Game instance. And screen fade complete. Oh, event screen fade complete. Is that because yeah, it's false? Okay, that's not good. I need to. That's something I need to fix then. Wimble, yes, nothing. Just join the Discord and see your live streaming too. Wicked. About to pull up trigger on the GDXR template. And wanted to ask if there's any stuff on crouch in there. It's built up with room scale, so if you crouch in the real world, you crouch in the game, and it kind of adjusts for you. So there's a collision around the player. So it's got crouch stuff built into it. It doesn't have like a button press crouch. But if you crouch in the game, it'll lower the size of the player capsule, and then you're able to crawl under things. Um, you might have some issues if you stand up while crawling under things, but yeah, I think that's kind of normal with this sort of stuff anyway. God. I need to modify this. That goes through to the player. Got two of them. Play little screen. That's what's happening. The game instance is going through. Display load screen is true. We do the OpenXR load screen. Be our character. Load level. True. I think that's going to work better. So let's call screen fade. Because it was stopping beforehand. So this is something I do need to update in the template then. So this is kind of where this is going to be handy, is figuring out what I need to improve in the template. Because you can kind of plan it out in your head, but until you start building something with it, I think that's where the problems come into play. Load. Unload. You screen fade. Game instance, isn't it? Make sure I'm doing the right node. I am going crazy. That's the game instance. We bind to fade complete. So when event screen fade complete, we call fade complete. Should be firing. The weather is so nasty outside. Cool. Fires immediately. We're just not switching fast enough. So that goes through. Goes to the game instance. Oh, hello. Fade complete is the right one. Game instance. Call fade complete. We activate this, and then any actor listening to it in here should fire. So that worked fine. I broke something with level streaming. Screen fade. Man, I'm going crazy. Going around in circles. Ah, there we go. Hello. What about your project on the market? Have a consultation and making front template in VR. Might to make some replicable things, such as the movement of the helmet hands. Nice. I do have a rough setup, but I do want to get somebody to do full implementation. So this here, if you fire this node with an event tick, it should ideally start replicating for you for the motion controllers in the hands. Hit the things, the client doesn't see it. Do you know how I could do it? Unfortunately, I'm not too sure. It's why I haven't really added replication in there all that much, as I'm not very good with it. I'm trying to get more Patreons so I can pay someone to do it for me. Multiplayer networking really isn't my thing, and for VR, it's a lot more difficult as well, especially with blueprints. Hmm. Okay, so we narrowed it down to level streaming. Oh, I figured it out. I'm unloading the level 1 map, which this menu exists in. So it's being destroyed when the map is hidden. So it's not completing the load. There we go. Why are you all still there? Must be spawning it in the. Went all the way around. I wonder why they're spawning here and not being hidden. Strange. If it's by taking things, you mean like the spawned actors? You might have to replicate their locations because replicating the player and then individual actors is quite different. But it's beyond me, to be fair. I'm not entirely sure how to do it. That's why I've been holding off because I don't want to wreck everything. It is quite complicated. I've been trying to replicate, for example, when it's a gun, it has to be seen on both sides. Yeah, I think you'll need a tick of some kind so you can push it to the server. And then you can have it updated from there. There might be some other tools out there, like other plugins that might be able to use, which might work better. But yeah, I made sure the blueprints were as simple as possible. So if anybody wants to add that in, they can do. But I'm just worried that if I add it in myself, I'm either going to do it wrong, and it's going to wreck performance for everyone, or it'll just be an absolute mess for blueprints, and you won't be able to see anything. Let's cheat. Level 1 map. Let's select everything in here and move it up. Definitely interested in multiplayer VR. So am I. I really, really want to add it, but between hardware, like Oculus requires its own thing, Steam requires its own thing. There's a whole bunch of stuff for replication in the middle. It's just an absolute nightmare. I have a lot of catching up to do, lol. Please keep this up after you finish. I'll keep it up. All the source files are going to be available through Patreon afterwards as well. So if you want to download it and take a look, it'll be on the mega thank you tier. Which I think it's like £10 a month. As I said, I'm trying to save up so I can hire someone to do multiplayer in this thing. So we've got our persistent level. That has our main menu. Terrorist hunt. A lot of stuff's going to happen in this menu, I think. Let's move that down there. This would be like an image of the map. This should make the replicated something easier because it makes the client see what the server is doing, but the server doesn't see what the client is doing. Yeah, I've never got along with multiplayer. It's the hardest thing to do in Unreal, to be fair. I was looking at the... Oh, there's like a plugin for like £350 or something. I was looking at that earlier. For like personal projects, just to help with multiplayer, but it's quite pricey. Okay. This could be like an image of the map. Have that beautiful face in there. Preset that. We'll have bottom one. So that would be like a spawn location. 1.1. Have it in the house. And then another one. Let's set these anchors, otherwise they'll be all over the place. Cool. Button. And then have this as 1.3. I'm thinking about just getting the player character and then setting its world location based on a vector, depending on which button is being pressed. Yeah, multiplayer isn't the easiest. I've done a few projects and every time there's a new issue, but luckily I managed to create Steam and EOS integrations. Yeah, I've got to be really careful as well because of the template being on the Epic Games Marketplace. I've got to make sure it doesn't have too much, so people downloading it don't have to worry about like a whole bunch of other things. Don't want to use the plugins. I want to do it on my own, but I say what it's difficult. How to help with the replication of your project over Christmas break, dude? That'd be quite helpful. Like if anybody's got experience with that, I don't mind paying. I think adding some kind of general replication over the project itself, just to give people a head start, would be a fantastic thing to do. Um, I'm just so tight for time. Today's pretty much the first day in months where I've actually been able to sit down and do my own thing, which is why I'm doing this, like building a game in a day, which just is a pretty big one. Uh, Reach, you're coming in. Yeah, no problem. Drop me a message through Discord. It should let you do that, and then we can have a chat. We can go through. Yeah. Literally any help. It's so difficult to find network specialists or anyone who's got an understanding of it. But I think at this point, the only thing that I'm after really is head and motion controller tracking, and then actor positions, and maybe take it a little bit further so they can see when levers and buttons are being pushed. It's that whole thing where it doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a crazy amount. There is very little information about replication in VR. Yeah, there's basically nothing. The main benefit though is that replication is very similar between all platforms. So if it works on like 3D, like a normal 3D game, it's going to be very similar to VR. The only difference is the motion controllers, I believe. Motion controllers and the HMD tracking. I think that's where all the pain comes from. Okay. Um, I know I'm doing this all so wrong. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this set an integer based on which button we press, and then the start button. So on press start, we'll read which integer we're using, and then call that from a struct or a data table. Um, do, I am going to do a struct s underscore Paris hunt spawn points, and then I can have this as a vector. Do transform actually. If I do transform, I can fill that in, and I can have rotation, set the player's actual direction. Cool. Save. Cool, and then I can set these. Screen fade. Paris hunt. Variables will be s underscore. Bit of a long name, but it's fine. Spawn points. Right. And then we can get all three. There will be a much easier way of doing this, but I can't be bothered. Integer. 4.2. Like talking about the multiplayer stuff, I did think about using moving all the players' movement controls to a character controller, and then having that inside of the VR character. But I thought for most people it would just be too complicated for them. Oh, look, if you guys want to help each other out, I highly recommend dropping by the Discord because we've got the channel in there for the GDXR template. Or you could create a forum post for multiplayer and then pretty much do it in there. And then if anybody else needs help with it, they can always have a look and see what's going on. It'd be very helpful. Yes, player controller, great spot. Yeah, I think I need to take a look at switching it, especially if there's multiplayer involved. But I know it'll add a whole lot more complexity for people who are just starting out. Change it. That should be 0. Spawn point 0. 1 will be 2. We get the spawn point stuff done, and we'll just start throwing some mannequins in there. I also know that putting all of this logic inside the menu is really bad. Probably should do with putting it in the game instance. Yeah, definitely do the Discord, because then I can look back after the stream and see what you guys did. See how I can break it. Okay. I'm pretty sure you can. Oh, why is my brain not working today? The enums. Same as what we've got in the grab component, I think. Yeah. Components, grab component. What is the name of that node? Switch on. That's it. Switch on spawn points. Okay. Very well. Let's just do that. So when the button's pressed, we select the spawn point. It goes through to the switch on int. Screen fades. Get the selected spawn point. Sent the request on Discord. Cool. I've got to keep an eye on it. I can't accept everyone because so many people send me invites. Nice. Cool. Got it. We go through. I hate everything I'm doing here, but I'm doing it anyway. Like in my head, I know there's a better way of doing this, but I'm like, I can't be bothered. I want to start shooting some things. Teleport to that spot. So now we need to fill these in. Connect you to that. So ideally, we can select the locations. Don't think you can do null actors anymore, can you? Like just add in a scene. Or it used to be sockets. You used to be able to just drag in a socket and then you could use that as a location. Point target, that is what I'm looking for. Outside of bounds, that's fine because I'm in the wrong level. Move to select a level. Okay. Spawn point 1. Oh, no, they're too far away. 4.3. I need to make this map a little bit less white. I can barely see it. Grid materials. Do, 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 do. We might have to move these transforms up if they're too low. Spawn point 1. Treat it like so. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Now I just need to copy these in. Like this has got to be the longest way to do this. There's probably an easier way where I could create an actor that would then get it Like have the UMG just listen for actors of class and then get their locations. Uh, I was doing all the values. I didn't need to do the location because I'm not doing the rotation. Cool, save. Okay. So we start. We can select one of these buttons, and then we can do start game. Um, that's visible. Oh, we set that. Set the location. Let's just try it. We're gonna select the middle one to begin with, and then we can go from there. So maps, level 1. Let's try that little flow. So we start. Can't move around. Select our menu. Screen, and then we're in. And then we can select our center one, which I've just done. Then we do start game. Nice. I don't have weapons. That's bright. Cool. Like we just want this to flow, and then we can come back and we can fix everything, make it look nice. Level 1. Cool. Because what I could do is I could have it so when I grab a gun, that's the main one. But I also have the holster, which is on the player. So if I take that um, level 1 map, I'm pretty sure if I drag that holster in there, um, doesn't matter where it is, as long as it's attached. Pistol, I want 2 pistols. Play. Well, we've got it here because it's enabled by default. Start. Actually, if I do the top one right, we should be behind the building. Wait, and then we've got guns. Well, that is a bug. Okay. I did change that to pistols, didn't I? I thought I did. And then we have it so we can go around and shoot some things. Like, this will not be perfect by any means, but it should look good. Stop VRGK VR template is free. It's because it doesn't work. Work on that. It's full fix. I'm using my own template, man. I've got my own template on the marketplace. That's what I'm using. I don't want physics. I'm using the Quest. And VRGK doesn't work with UE5 anyway. That's why it's free now. He had to stop developing it. So, cool. It does work with 5.3. I thought they stopped working on it. Either way, I'm using my own template. Spawn. Ah, cool. Can give them more health. I remember how much damage my handgun does. Do that. Hmm. I'm using that for pistol, aren't I? Twenty, 30 max damage. Okay. You should have more health. Full VR body and stuff more was it. Not everybody needs full VR bodies, that's the thing though. Or physics. If you're working on Quest, Pico, Vive Focus 3, then physics is the last thing you want to add. Um, I mean, it's the best VR template there is on the. Like it is, it comes down to user case. Not every there's a small percentage of people who does physics in VR, like for Unreal. Okay, we start blueprints, actors. Gonna need an enemy spawner, I think. I feel like I can help you make VR games. To be fair, I'm just kind of playing around at the minute. I've been doing client work for so long that today's pretty much the only day that I had a break. I'm just taking advantage of it and building something small. Won't be doing too much. Okay. Game instance. I want a number of enemies. Do, 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 do. Where is my game instance? Do. Yeah, structure will be fine. Number of enemies. Let's just start with that number of enemies, and then we can add more data into this. Cool. See. I wanted to ask. I wanted to stop the players from putting their head through the buildings and stop glitching through it. How can I move that? So in the player character, there is a node which is more common in the movement graph called update capsule position. You can use that, and then you can fire that on tick or whenever you want. So you can add a collision sphere to their head, and if they collide with it, it would update the position and it would push them out of the wall. So you kind of do how you wish. Oh, that's what I was doing. The game instance, we want to add terrorist. Some values. We can have that, and then we can have our blueprint active for spawning them. Read that. So trailers and second, I want to remove the hand going through walls and stuff as well. Yeah, that'd be worth a shot. Increasing the capsule size, move you a little bit further away from the wall. But as it is, the template isn't designed for physics-based stuff, so it won't like drag the hand across the wall or anything like that. The idea is like performance is key with this thing, so it's built for mobile VR in mind. Do a slider, set the value. For instance, I need to promote that to a variable now. In here we want. Why don't we do some more buttons or a slider? Just to like select numbers. Value 30. Step size 1. Default value 0. Actually, do default value is 15. Right there. Value change. Where's game instance? Yeah, terrorist values. Break. Actually, we'll set member. Save all. Let's test if that slide is working. Come on. Whoa. Temperature assigned set numbers. Did I not compile? You could draw it above all objects, but then if you put it like behind a gun or something else, it's just going to be a nightmare. Cool. That didn't work. The set members didn't work. Checked out. I have a really good weapon kit. If you would like, give it maybe do some videos on weapons. It's difficult doing videos on other people's stuff. That's the only thing I'll say. Um, my time is like really tight right now, so I've got to sit down, learn how it all works, and then make videos on it. Like said earlier on, like today's the only day I've had really in months where I'm able to sit down and actually build something, which is why it's more difficult to do. It's why there's been very few YouTube videos lately on the channel. Like live streams are a bit easier to do because I don't have to sit down and edit them all. Game instance. That's two. Terrorist hunt values. Number. But it's failing. Where am I going? There it is. Set. Um, use game instance. Jax, might be worth dropping by the Discord if you do multiplayer stuff because there's I think they're chatting about it over there. Yeah, in the multiplayer channel. Yeah, if you head over to the Discord, you can go to the multiplayer channel, and then there's a new conversation going on about how to set that up and how to do stuff. So it could be helpful. Game instance, Terra sunset values. That's not setting. Why are we not setting it? Let's try again. Limited access non-China read property as VR game instance. So the VR game instance is just not set. But it's got to be set because we've got it up here. Why not? Pretty sure why that sentinel's not doing it. That members is all that we should need. Number of enemies. How to text this. Blue. Is that you? Correct place. Use default value. File. Export 3. Get set text. Now at least we should be able to see how many is set. There we go. Now we can call that. I need to figure out why this is not just isn't working. Access non-reading property reading struct number of enemies. Instance. Terrorist number. Shouldn't have to be visible. No. Okay, guys, 2 seconds. I gotta go to Lou. Add BLB. I'm in the Discord. Everyone is dead in there. Which Discord are you on about? GDXR's busy. It's quiet every now and again, but it's busy. You're also spamming it by the looks of it, so that might be why. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Ooh. And back. I think the variable isn't set yet. This is what this node does. It should be setting the variable inside of the game instance for us. So as we are game instance, we get the variable and then we set it. I'm gonna restart it and see if it's something to just do with that. We are game instance variable. It is set in there. I double checked it. If we go to where are we? Blueprints. Game instance, terrace hunt variables, S terrace hunt. We've got that, and then in here. So we're saying from the menu, it should just set it. Oh. Yeah, we get a whole bunch of errors. Access on trying to read property struct. Number of enemies underscore 2. Something wrong with the actual struct itself? I'm gonna put the variable. Hmm. Wait, did I put it in here? Nah, terrace hunt spawn point. No. What the hell did I do with the menu? Blueprint actors. It is editable. Can you open the widget, please? To do. So that's the widget. So we get the game instance, we get the variable terrace hunt values, and then we're setting the members in S terrace hunt to what we're choosing from the truncate and going from there. Shaping it, I don't find it. It's still spamming, man. Like, try and keep everything together if possible. It just keeps the whole Discord so much tidier. Allows people to see what they can do and then go back through it. Oh, you're right. That's what it is. The game instance is on the button press. Raid, you're right. That's why it's not working. It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't being set. There it is. That solved it. Cool. So now we can actually have an enemy spawner to then go through and take that number from the game instance. So when the level starts, it spawns a number of players. Which we're doing here. So values break. So we get the number, and then we can do a for each loop to spawn those. What I want to do is in the maps. Don't know about I just keep it in the persistent. Might be easier to just keep it in the persistent. Oh no, we're just in there. We go through this. AI Manny. What I'm going to do for now is just get that spawn point for us of where we spawn and then have those load in. Um, and then we can have it set up as well. So I might just duplicate that. Enemy spawn points. Duplicate. So then we can have a whole bunch of these little target instances around. Setting up some kind of AI is going to be the hard part. Let's see how this goes. We can always change the order of the layers around afterwards. Be default values. Where are you? Paste. Cool. The enemy spawner on the outside. All points. You'll be the right one. Didn't realize I closed it. Crap. This is the thing where you try to do like stuff fast and then on the fly at the same time. Want all of these in a switch. Oh, let's just brute force it. We'll make an array. Transform array. Brain is not with it. Transform array. Rename. Oh, is it going to make me do that for all of them? Man, I'm really not with it today. Come on. Let's just do this. You can tell it's a Friday. Blueprints of prototyping, aren't they? Let's make this just look bad. I can always tidy it up afterwards. Right. So we add each variable to an array. Then we can go through it. Loop the number of times that the number of enemies. So that's going to spawn through there. Then we want the transform. Get. Get a copy. Basically brute force it, so we just get all of the variables and then we just choose one at random. Always spawn, ignore collisions. Compile. Uh, BB enemy spawner. That just has to be dropped into the level. Blueprints. There's enemy spawner. That's in the persistent level. Yeah, let's just keep it in persistent. We'll have the level as its own thing. We've got one. Ah, I only need to do this once, don't I? I need to add everything there once. Um, do this beforehand. And then we loop. Brain string. Let's see how many times it does it. Ah, it's because it's persistent, I think. Uh, enemy spawner. Over there. Go. I think they're all spawning inside of each other. They just break anyway. So I think we do. Oh, we need a nav mesh, don't we? Don't think we're gonna have time to set this up so it's overly complicated. But I think we can definitely get something going. Um, money controller. Oh, it's been so long since I've done AI. This is where everything's gonna go wrong. We'll start with having them just run towards the player. Controller. Character. It should be a character. Character should be fine. This is where I need to relearn how to do stuff. Uh, how this is like super basic. I can't remember if Vent Tick's the right one to use. Nobody is walking. Um, let's do some documentation. It's been so long. I've got a feeling it's going to make me set up a behavior tree. Yeah, I think we have to do a behavior tree. Um, okay, wait then. I know it's not great, but we've got the characters in there. Want to make sure that we've got the correct amount spawning. Loop. And then we'll set up the wristwatch. We'll kind of put all the gameplay mechanics in place. And then we can have maybe another day and we can just do the AI stuff. Have a look at EQS and behavior trees. So I'm going to have to do some research on that, I think. Let's see how many that did. Spawn 21, cool. Ah, okay, so from the spawner. Do. Starting from 0, I believe. Because I'm getting this error. So I think we're spawning, but we can't do it. So now we have a wristwatch. It tells us how many people are in the game. Or how many enemies. And then when we kill them, it removes it from that wristwatch. That would be pretty handy. I'm going to delete that. Okay. Oh, always the same one. Widget blueprint. Use a widget. Blueprint and score. Enemy remaining. Order. Icebox. Size box. I can never remember which one it is. Either way, enemy remaining. big wristwatch. Fine. And then it'll go up to 100. Yeah, so it sits in there quite nicely. Might just have to change the size down. Cool. Hunt. Number of enemies and then enemies remaining. Um, I could do enemies killed. Trying to figure out whether I should just subtract it or store a variable and compare it. Subtracting it will be better. Number of enemies to start. Enemies remaining. Cool. So when we start, let me spawn it. There we are. So that sets the enemies remaining. So AI money. Any damage. If it's less than 0, it means we're dead. Needs to happen before destroy. So if we're dead, we then get the game instance. Begin play, man. Come on. Get game instance. Promote that to a variable. Get. Get. Break. And then we want to subtract. I think we might have to set values as well. Good morning. Can I ask if you have already made an example of a pass-through for Quest 2 3 Pro for mixed reality in Unreal Engine? I have on the Patreon. So there's a hands tracking and quest pass-through template or project that I started working on there. I haven't done the tutorials yet because I'm trying to get 5.2 of Oculus Source to work with Quest 3 on the scene detection, so you can map the rooms in your where you are, essentially your space, and then have stuff happen to it. But there is files on the Patreon for that, for the hand tracking, and that was done in 5.1 with the Quest Pro and Quest 3. You might need the Meta XR plugin though enabled. I've got the details on there. instance. This to a variable. So the question is, how do we tell? So when Manny dies, how do we tell the watch that it needs to update its text? That's the tricky part. There's definitely ways of doing it, which aren't all that bad. But it's kind of figuring out which one we're going to do. Kind of telling the UMG to update the struct. This number here. I could have it in the game instance. We just say okay, update every time it's killed. So have something like a custom event. Enemy killed. Has enemy been killed? We call that. So our AI character talks to the game instance. Says enemy killed. And then our wristwatch gets the game instance. Has enemy been killed? Shit. And then actually we don't even need that here. We do it straight in this. Then construct. Create variable. Fine, has enemy been killed? That's set to 30 by default. So do the VR game instance. Get break enemies remaining. We go through, listen to this, design it. We then text block, get set text. We'll do this on start. So on construct, get some values, break. So hopefully now in the player, if I give it the BP wristwatch, control left, child actor, wristwatch. Try that. Right. Yes, there is an example. There's one on the Patreon through the thank you tier. It has hand tracking and pass through enabled on there for 5.1. Um, I don't have one for 5.2 yet because I'm trying to get it to work with the Quest 3 to do room tracking, so you can then put stuff on the walls and map the layout of your room. But I'm not having much luck with it, to be honest. Okay, that's in the wrong place, but let's have a look. 0, 23, launch, start game. Did not update. It goes to -1. Okay. Ah, it's doing the construct, so it hasn't been set yet. But it is listening. When the level starts again, you kind of need to fire this. I wonder if I can just kind of dupe this so when it starts. Oh, my eyes. Oh. Why have the main menu just talk to it? Wait, what? Hmm. Let's see if I can get this positioned a bit better. Let's do it on. Let's just have to talk to this. I wonder if number of enemies. I wonder if we can have this just feed into that blueprint. -1. I don't know why it's doing the -1. We're gonna be starting at the wrong value. Just cheat it. What I need to add. Oh, subtract 1. Yeah, that's good. Cool. VR game instance. String. I think we'll probably use this one to determine whether it's at 0. If it equals 0, we can then have it fade out or delay, and then go from there. So you guys working on anything fun today? 2:15. Nothing happened. Do I need to change this value for it to update? I think I do. I think that's what the issue was. I mean, gun ready, start. And I dropped it because I used the grip. Oh, I didn't see anything. Q&A testing a project for my company. Sounds cool. Until you're QA, until you're testing the same bug over and over and over again, and that's when it gets. That's when there's always something else to be doing. Nope. Watching you, I started to try to optimize my game so that I'm able to get. I've got a little bloody heart from YouTube in the way, so I think that says 10 FPS. Able to get to. It's either 10 or 100. I think it's 10. I was saying this earlier on, like, if you try that, you can do a whole bunch of things to optimize a project, but it kind of depends on what you're going with, like the quality that you want. 10 more FPS. Okay, that's not too bad. So forward rendering is the way to go. Disable software occlusion culling. Reduce texture sizes down to 2048 by 2048 and have as few of them as possible. What else? Low poly count. Texture size is the main thing. If it's a character, reduce the bones. I just realized that that's set at 0 because I didn't change anything. God. I didn't modify that. Why did that need refreshing? Yeah, the repetition is the bit that gets you. Uh, do, 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 do. God. Game is going to be stylized similar to Genshin Impact or anyway. Anime. You should be able to get good performance with that then. Post processing might affect it. What is it, 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer? Um, hmm. Level streaming is going to be a good way to do it. Trim sheets and texture atlases for the texturing, just to improve it. LODs for distance. Character LODs as well to reduce bones, because bones just destroy performance. But there's a bunch of things you can do. You'll get there. What am I doing? I'm losing track. Um, this one I need to update on begin play as well. Event construct. Slider. We just get the default value. And then we pretty much just do the exact same thing for that part. So then when it starts, if I don't change that value, we're not going to update. So yeah, if I leave it on 15, we should now see the enemy spawning. There we go. God, I don't have a stream with a good thing. I'm going to lose my voice. Sound like I'm already on the way. That worked. So we need to tell this out. Once we hit 0, it is game over. We've either won or lost. Which I might leave for a second and see if I can get some kind of just super basic AI going. Oh my god, I might not be able to do all day. Target actor. Get player character. That's exactly what we are. Oh, this might be why it didn't work before. Oh, we got a pawn, wait. I thought I could do this inside of the player character. The character controller, sorry. I guess I have to do it in here. We don't have any animations set up for these characters. So that's something we'd have to look into afterwards. I wonder if there's some free ones we could use. And go from there. Super simple. Build into the delay. Completed. Back to the top. On success, do the same thing. Target. Can we just leave the values at 0? Destination. Let's see. You should, hopefully. Hmm. We just do get random location on nav mesh. Pretty sure this should just be inside the player controller. Because money's a character, I think that's what it is. Class settings. Add class. Compile to a pawn. Try that. Nobody's pawn. Because the start location is. Oh god, my chest. Do, 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 do. Self, get player character. 50. Disconnect that. We'll see. I've got a feel it's default to 000, so they're all falling through the floor. Okay, now they're just not working. Where have they all gone? Yeah. Technically placed in the world. I wonder if it's because I changed them from character to a pawn. I wonder if there's something in here. There's no. It's just spawning nothing. That's why. Surely it should be. The AI should be a character then, rather than a pawn. A character is a subclass of a pawn anyway, so it should be fine. Um, try to avoid taking that. Huh. Reyes, yeah, your performance should be fine. That shouldn't be impacting it at all. Although I'm not too sure what it is you're running on. You said it was a hologram game or something. Um, Let me have a look back and see what you called it. Can't remember if it was if it was like a specific device. Can't see. Think you mentioned it was a hologram. Always spawn, ignore collisions. Honey, there's nothing in here. That's why. So class settings. I want it to be a character. Character is a class of the pawn. Simple. It's got less bones. No, that's the wrong. Oh, Transparency on Quest is one of the worst things. There's a reason my windows don't have glass in them. Might have to remove glass, I guess. What you could do is you could set it to hidden in game, and then see how that affects performance. If the performance is the same, then it's not glass. You set it to hidden in game and visible to false. Let you do a test through that. Oh, I can't find it. Try AI symbol move to. Is that not what I'm using? AI move to location should be the only one. Symbol order for pawn with AI controller to move to a specific location. Or do I need to put it in the character? Is that what's going on? And this is why I want to get to 5.2, so like I can take some time off the template to just relearn behavior trees in AI, as long as alongside like PCG and stuff like that. I spent so long on client work and then doing the template that I just kind of got stale with it. Kind of hate it. I think I might have to do some streams on just AI. So I had it down. I've done some streams in the past where I got it working and it was all running quite nicely. But now it's just like, not today. We've got a nav mesh in here. I can't even shoot these guys anymore because I've changed the blueprint around. Sometimes nav mesh breaks. I can make it bigger. But I'm not too sure how much of it will affect it. Do it. Let me see if I can find any other information on it. Gorka Games. Let's have a look. They've got the AI as a character. I'm pretty much just looking at this and I'm just dashing through it. Um, so they're using EQS. So get player character. So that's kind of running as a tick then. Sounds volume. Placed around. Wait, what? How did theirs go so well? So theirs is inside of the player. AI Manny. Let's delete this. Let's try that. Add sensing. On seat pawn. I got a boolean. Seeing player set. And then custom event. Oh, oh player. It's being player. I'm doing the same thing. Get player character. Let's try this. Which Unreal version are you use? I'm using 5.2 right now for this project. I just completed merging the buildings and the draw calls went down from 35,500. Yeah, that will do it. Darth, morning. Don't forget to join us Discord. Yes, I always forget that link. Thank you. I've been going for hours and I didn't put a link in. Let's see what happens. Start spawn point. Something's just not working with these guys. Is it my player? Are they not detecting the player for some reason? Ah, what's the chance? Move the bloody enemy spawn point to the persistent level. They didn't spawn. Let's see if they're actually spawning. I should have just not done persistent levels. Should have just went for it. That's not spawning now. Ah, it's not spawning because we start the level in main one. That's persistent. Oh, can we do event begin play? and then do that on begin play, I think. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Let's move enemy spawner back to. Oh, it should have been in persistent level anyway. Let's try it anyway. Darth, how are they detecting right now? They are not detecting because they're useless. Yeah, they're just not working. Let's see if we can actually read the player. Okay, so we're sensing the player. That's fine. If you're using AI sensing, you need to add something to the VR pawn slash character that they can see. Um, do you? In the video that I've got, they just kind of go for it. Because they can see our player, they're just not moving towards the player. That's what we fired there. This cold that I've got. You need the sense stimulus in the player. What do you got pawn sensing? Which is the same as what we're using in the other one. The thing is, though, it is sensing the player. Because we did the check a minute ago, and that came out fine for the get player. So this is seeing the pawn, and it's firing through. It's just not moving to it. I'm gonna have to call it in a minute to go get something to eat. So on success, if we successfully move two, it should fail. I might I might call it there for now, to be honest, because I think we've got quite a bit done. I'll zip the files up and I'll put them on Patreon for people to have a play around with if you want to through the mega tier, the mega thank you tier. But I was gonna go all day, but my throat is absolutely killing. I feel like I'm eating gravel. Stimuli source. Let's have a quick look for that. AI perception. AI perception stimuli source. Okay. Don't think this is the key. We'll leave it in there, but I don't think it's part of it. Yeah, they're just not moving. They just don't want to walk around. Not because the nav mesh was in the wrong level stream. Oh, Jesus, that scared the shit out of us. Oh my god. Oh, the nav mesh was in the wrong level stream. Jesus. Oh, I got my voice back for a second. Oh, my god. I had a heart attack. Oh, I can feel my chest beating. God. God. Trace back. Why aren't we hitting player? Got 5 more FPS from moving glass from the buildings. Sounds like you might be GPU locked then. But God, I felt my heart come out my chest. Terrified by mannequins before? Well, ensure you find the bottleneck, yeah. But unless it's that occlusion culling crap, because that took me 2 weeks to figure out. And I owed it all to a dude on Reddit who figured it out. Because they were trying to fix something. I can't remember what it was. Jeez, why are you so scary? No, let me kill you. I don't want my characters can't be killed. Let me double. I'm going to open up a different project and see what settings I had for my character before I deleted it. I tried the occlusion culling, but that didn't help. Um, Performance project settings. What would I recommend? Okay, rendering, forward shading, game discards unused material quality levels. Uh, Occlusion culling disabled, especially for Quest 2 right now because you get better frame rate from it. Um, Texture streaming could be handy. Lumen, nanite, make sure those are off. Yeah, you can set those to off. Generate mesh distance fields. I think you can turn those off and get some. Yeah, enabling will increase the build times, memory usage, and disk size of static meshes. So you can disable that to get more performance out of it as well. Forward shading, make sure that's on. If you're using VR, it'll be that. custom depth stencils, linear color space if you're doing pass through on quest 3, blue memory occlusion, make sure all that's disabled, which should happen if you use forward rendering. Render unbuilt preview shadows in game, disable that, and then when you build or test it, they'll be hidden, so you know which lighting you have to build, so you're not using dynamic lighting for everything. I think that's pretty much it for project settings. What you could do then is go to Windows, Tools, sorry, Audit, and then you could use some of these ones here. So statistics is really good. So I use this to reduce all my texture counts. So you can see some tries. You can see that my weapons and my climbing poses, it's basically for the ladder is 85. So they get hidden when I press play. So if you start, they get destroyed essentially. So you don't have to worry about that. But you see here some tries, which ones is taking up space, and then static mesh lighting, texture stats be the main one. So you can see maximum texture size. This one, I think if you change it around, should do the whole thing. All streaming levels probably the best one. There we go. But you can use this to see which textures are way too big. So you can see here the only ones that are 2048 are the sky for my one. And then nothing else goes above 512, ideally. You can use this sort of stuff and then Control Shift colon, I think it is. And then you can see here you've got some more stuff to test that. Do it again so it updates. See, post-processing is taking a little bit. So there's a few things you can do to just get a little bit, get an idea of what's going on. Will there be a stream recording? I missed everything. Probably didn't miss much, to be fair. But yeah, the whole stream, once it's finished, YouTube should compile the whole thing, and then it'll just be uploaded. If you want any of the files and the source code and that, it'll be on Patreon afterwards as well. Through there. But mega thank you to you. Because I need to start doing more with it. So I thought we could do some bigger projects. And use it to fund more projects. Which would be a lot more fun. If I'm not dying. Oh. My chest. What time is it now? 20 to 3. Yeah. Post processor will hit it hard. 1.8 million in my world. Yeah, level streaming and all that kind of stuff. You just started to stream it a little bit better. Probably work. But 1.8 mil isn't all that much for PC. Okay, I opened up the other project so I could get this character to be killed. AI, money, capsule component, set to pawn. Man, I got the hiccups. Win preset. Block all. That's the only real difference that I've got with this one compared to what I started with. Last question for today is, can you explain base pass in short? Because that's taking a lot of resources. There's pretty much everything that you see on screen, I believe. I'm not the best at explaining them. I imagine that's what everything is rendered as. It's one of those ones I've done it for so long that I kind of just like muscle memory, and then somebody asked me to explain it. I'm like, yeah, what? You little bastard. There you go. Stop. Um, actors. It's gonna be they don't sense it, so it doesn't start. So on failed, it's kind of like not looping. Huh, have a look. Oh, infinite loop detect. Is it that one? Yeah. Now no one is helping. Oh, running. Broke again. Where'd you say base pass? Control shift. Whoa. It'll be in here. The red one. I'm pretty sure it's just a combination of everything. Editor. Is it one where if I do F11 it goes down? No. Then the characters aren't working anymore? I don't know why. It's weird that they've just stopped. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna wrap up. My voice is killing me. Um Thank you so much for dropping by. If you want access to the files, even though the characters don't work right now, make sure to hop by the Patreon. You'll be able to grab all the source files from there. Um, and you can also drop by the Discord as well if you've got any more questions. And we'll see what we do. So, performance, anything like that, feel free to hop on by. Links should all be in the description, and I'm gonna go take a bunch of painkillers and have some food. Um, yeah. All right, everyone. Hope you had a really good day. Yeah, might do some more of this next week. That'd be good. And I will see you all then. Bye. Oh my god, I need some soothers. Ugh.